How's everyone doing today? Hope you're all having a fantastic, wonderful day. We're going to be jumping right back here in some more Project Nope Zone. What kind of tree fits in your hand? A palm tree. That was the dad joke, but I was looking at some stuff, so it's right here. What kind of tree fits in your hand? A palm tree. There you go. There you go. Okay, so in between streams, we had an issue that I thought was gonna happen, but I didn't have an idea of how to rectify said issue, and it did happen. We made one chaos ingot in the whole time because of the fact that the plastic count, when it's requesting the plastic, it messes up how it's requesting the plastic. Like, so if it's gonna send 1,100 buckets of plastic, we kind of seen this yesterday when we were messing with it. The plastic messed up. What I did right before, maybe 30 minutes ago now, I took out the crafting cards from here. So it's no longer making this. We don't really need this running anymore. If we look at our neutral steel, that's 6th degree, 2nd, 8th, we have 37,000 8th degree, and we have 49,000 9th degree. Another side effect of the stream running that I did not foresee, and I should have thought about this yesterday, was I should have reactivated our fission reactor, because we did eventually burn through all of our antimatter and all of our antimatter pellets. So, and we need some antimatter pellets. We actually need the antimatter pellets. So we're going to take this out. So it's no longer going to export the pellets here. We can allow it to keep importing the pellets. That's not that big of a deal. But we're going to need some pellets. At least 4 pellets to move forward. But, so we have 5 chaos ingots right now because of the mess up in the plastic requesting. We have enough plastic to make these 4. So we're just waiting on the pressure chambers. But once it makes these 4, we will have enough to make our chaos plank, and then from there we can get the creative tanks. When we get the creative tanks, then we can just have it making plastic all the time. We can make a few creative tanks when that happens, and we can have it having etching fluid all the time, so we will not have to worry. We'll still have to wait on the 9th to the 10th, but we will not have to worry about this crafting up here. And like, if I look at this right now, you can see this is messed up again. So this keeps messing up as well. So that's not good either. This chamber is full because sometimes our items that we're trying to get in here don't go to the first slot, and it always grabs from the first slot first. So we're actually going to have to cancel this again. We're going to have to grab everything out of here. We're going to have to put this back down. And yeah, this is going to be a mess. This is going to be a mess. You see here that our magnet was on, but somehow that still didn't go where we wanted it to. So we're going to throw these in here. Not that one. Another alternative that we could do here is do this. Our spider eyes are already in there. So now, once that gets in there, any plastic it imports will be made into etching acid. And you can see here, it automatically requested the same things that it needed anyway. So it's not that big of a deal that we cancel that. Our issue here is the transistors, and what's the problem there? Just the pressure? Yeah. Yeah, there's something weird going on with this guy down here. I'm not sure where all of our pressure is going. I don't know if it's an efficiency thing or what. If we just have too many tubes here, diverting our pressure. Like, in theory, that should help. Raise that pressure back up there. But yeah, so I had to manually request the plastic be made. And that was how we were able to get enough plastic to make these 4. So that's all good. That's all good. Like I said, once we get these chaos ingots that we're currently making, we'll be able to make the creative tanks with the planks. And we should be building up antimatter pellets now again as well. For some reason, it's because it's still exporting everything over to here. We need to turn the export off. I'm just not sure what this is considered. An item, I guess, is what we're trying to prevent it from exporting. So we turn that off now. They should all go into our system. Yeah, there we go. I also had to do a computer restart as well as uninstall a software. So when I came back in here, getting ready for the stream, the fans on my PC were just like maxed out, going as hard as they could. And I think it was the software, the fan controller software, messing it up. So I uninstalled that, restarted the PC, and then reinstalled the software, and now everything seems fine. The temperatures were completely fine on the PC. There was no reason for them to be cranked to the max like that. An update was installed. Okay. Looks like we got one of those chaos ingots already. So that brings us our total up to 6 right now. Brings our total up to 6 right now. 6 of the 8 that we need. I'm still trying to think here what the best thing to get automated first is. Or the creative first. If at all possible, I would like to get 2 of these, if possible. So then we don't have to make that decision. And I also got to figure out, with the tank, how we're going to get the system to be able to see the creative tank. I think a storage bus, but I'm not exactly sure. I don't know if I'm also going to need a fluid card or something to facilitate that. But we'll have to see when the time comes on that one. It looks like it, so here, like you can see this is still going. Like it looks like the etching acid is our thing, but it's actually not. It's this crap here. This is our bottleneck. Storage bus and sinks work. So with the infinite tank it should work too. Oh, okay, yeah. Cool. Mr. Dad, hope you're having a good day. Hopefully work's not too stressful. Yeah, essentially if we get the system to be able to see an infinite amount of plastic, we can set up an infinite amount of buckets to be made, as well as the actual sheets. And then same thing with the etching acid. We can set up a system where it's infinitely grabbing buckets of etching acid and not having to craft it. And I think that'll help a lot. In fact, like if we get it to that point, we could probably dedicate a drawer to the 10th degree steel and have it constantly crafting the 10th degree steel all the time. And then getting more chaos ingots in the future won't be nearly as bad. So you can see here, it's really the neutral steel to the 10th degree. That is the holdup. Well, I guess the 11th degree, but it's having to make the 10th degree to get there, right? I do want to confirm, though, that we are at 6. And we need 8. Yes, we currently have 6 and we need 8. We're still crafting the chaotic cores. This is down to 93. It was also having issues with the plastic request. So, yeah, once we get that plastic set up and get it automatically crafting all the time, it'll be completely fun. I keep looking at the etching acid, but I know in my brain that that's not what's holding us up. It's just that this one has a higher tendency of messing up. There was some kind of chest where you could like lock specific slots to be like specific items. I think it was the draconic chest. So like if we had a draconic chest, I think we could tell it like, you know, do not allow buckets of molten plastic into this slot. I don't know if that would solve the issue. I don't remember what that chest itself was called. Here? A draconium chest. Yeah, I believe these allow you to lock slots and stuff. So that could have solved this problem. It's not going to matter here in a few minutes. A few minutes, it's not going to matter, but that could have been a possible solution. So we're still at 6. How many pellets do we have? We're up to 4 pellets. Good. We need 5 for the plank, so we're almost there on that as well. Do this. I need to look how many 11th degree the chaos ingot requires. So it's making, so it's these that it needs it for. So it's 8 per one of those. So it needs like 2 stacks. Oh shit, I didn't see these. A little bit more than 2 stacks. 2.5. What machines are these? What? In the corner. In the corner? Oh, the chaos generator. And then the plank. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, we could make this. I just don't know why we would make one. We're still at 6. Come down here and look. Has this started requesting plastic again? It does. So if you watch this, this will probably mess up. Oh, maybe not this time. So it seems like it can craft up to about 193. I was doing the math on it. It can craft about 193 plastic sheets and not have problems. But then for some reason, anything past 193 has problems. We need Omen and Fairy, yes. Not for the plank. Not for the plank, but we will need the Fairy and the Omen, yes. Fairy can be duped. Omen cannot. And then these also require the pellets as well. Oh, yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough. Creative tank it and then pour it out. In the caster, probably. We made the caster, but I don't think I've ever used it. Yeah. Recipe's relatively easy. Milk, soul, gold for 1 ingot. So you need... Pretty sure this is soul sand, right? Yeah. You get 1 block. Yeah, so it's 9 soul sand, 9 buckets of milk, 9 gold. How we looking here? We're still at 6. Still waiting on the 11th degree. So it says available 3 right now here. And for this, you need 10 for 1. And then one of those 8, 11 degrees. Kind of cool. We did get our epic sword back. We did get our epic sword back. A little late now, but we did get it back. And I've noticed it doesn't seem to give the speed boost anymore, which is sad enough. It may have all been in my head though before, thinking that it gave a speed boost. Okay, we're still looking good over here. Yep, still working, no problem. This is doing its thing. How's our antimatter looking? We're up to 6. This is still producing polonium as fast as it can. It's a shame. So with this size of a reactor, we only use one neutron activator, and it's enough to keep up. But if we were to make another reactor, we could be producing antimatter a lot faster. But then once again, right here, mechanism, creative chemical tank, we can get unlimited antimatters as well, I think. How we looking here? Still waiting. I don't know if I could time in a bottle this. We are back up to 41 hours in our time in a bottle. Oh, looks like you can. I don't know if it's doing it. It looks like that may have just broken it. But it doesn't seem to actually be working. Okay, you cannot time in the bottle the spouts. Cannot time in the bottle the spouts. It just breaks. Yeah, it just breaks. Unfortunately, it didn't look like it used any, you know, it just kind of froze it. It didn't do anything negative. Oh, a drive update here. Here's something funny. We finally started getting over here into this bank of drives. These are pretty much full up most of the time. And we've started reaching over into these. Do, 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 do. We're up to halfway there on the Chaos Catalyst. If we could speed this process up, that wouldn't be a bad idea. We just don't have a lot of space to do that in this area. The unfortunate bit. we could change this around to where it's putting into a barrel and then feeding this whole thing from a barrel, and then we could like raise it up and set up a few of them. I don't know if that's really gonna help much though. Because the only thing we got going on here is importing the 11th, exporting the 10th, and then moving the bucket up to here. That's the only thing we got going on with this. But then you just see here where it just froze, right? It just stopped. Because it's still crafting 10th degree steel. We have that pretty much maxed out. It's just the pressure. Now, once it actually converts, it goes back online, but you're still limited here. Even though this looks like this is limiting us, it's really not. So what just happened there? Should that not have made a chaos catalyst? I was having to make the infinity catalyst because these also require 11th degree steel. I see. Seven, 8. All right, there might be. I don't know if it's in this pack or not. Now, some packs will give you a calculator where you can like put in a recipe and then it'll calculate out what base materials you need for all that. Of course, I'm fully aware we could just request one chaos ingot and then that would also tell us. Right, so if I look at this, I do that and then we can see it here. One requires 720 11th degree steel to complete. But yeah, with the mechanism tank as well, we could have unlimited ethylene, we could have unlimited refined fuel, we could have unlimited everything. Like, essentially, you know, with the combination of the mechanism plus the fluid, we pretty much have everything we need to keep this going forever. We would, rather than telling this, we keep this as a crafting recipe, but then we set up a drawer just like we have with the other ones, with the redstone control crafting card, to just tell it to keep making this. Boom, we have infinite of that. And then, you know, same thing with the etching acid. We would already have infinite of that. We just have to tell it to bucket it. We have to set up a machine to bucket it, I think. One thing I never tried was, well, I don't know with AE2 if we could have the liquid form in the system, if we could tell this, or tell one of these to just, I don't know if we can export directly to a spout, is the question. I don't know. These we should be able to export to, because this has a tank. Oh yeah, technically we only have to set up a drawer. We just export the plastic directly to these. And they just keep making it. Same thing, once we get the system to see that it has the antimatter gas, we just export it to this. What infinity tanks are there? There are creative chemical tank as well as creative fluid tank. So we can do fluid and chemical. The fluid is annoying, but not too bad. This is where we need a bunch of the antimatter pellets. Which is a whole nother thing. Do you make the creative chemical tank first, get antimatter into it, so you can keep making the pellets, so you can keep making more tanks? And build from there. Maybe you start with this. Maybe you start with this. Still at 6 of 8. Is that time actually going down now, though? It fooled me. It was going down. Then it went back up. How many chaos ingots do we need for the vending? So we do this. We need 2 of these. It's gonna take a while. But we're waiting anyway, right? So it don't matter. I'm scared if I click this if it's gonna stop calculating. We'll let it calculate. The trick is too, when we go to set up the infinite vending, we're gonna want to set that up separate. Do it manually? Okay. So vending. There's no chaos here. Separate in here. Okay. We need the omens there. There's no chaos here. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. To get 1 of these. That makes that. That goes into that. So we need 16, I believe. A whole bunch of 11th degree neutral steel. Nine? Yeah. Yeah, I guess. I guess. Yeah. Yeah, we did confirm you can pull this back out. So yeah, you're right. You're right. 9. Of course, that's after the plank. Right. Yeah, I think making the tanks is the best option, because we would no longer have to craft the etching acid, and we would just keep the plastic sheets being processed all the time. So then we should no longer have any holdups with anything. There should not be. Basically, the issue we ran into in between streams was that it was trying to craft a chaotic core and the chaos ingots at the same time, and the system got confused about how many plastic sheets it had and or needed. So then both of these crafts were just hung up. They hung up and did not move. And then this one was being you'll notice I took the crafting cards out of our biofuel because the other one was being held up by the biofuel. So the biofuel took over the other CPU. But when we get the chaos plank and start duping it, and we start getting our infinite liquids and chemicals, we never have to worry about that hang up again. We're up to 8 chaos catalysts here. That'll bring us one closer. Yeah, but I highly recommend doing this whole setup. This has been very nice. Redstone card, crafting card. Even though it hasn't worked out perfectly for us, it worked great when we were just doing the chaotic cores, but because these had to share resources and stuff, there's a lot of issues with the overnight. We're getting very close though. This is making 3 still because why? Still waiting on its last chaos catalyst. Still waiting on its last chaos catalyst, which is eight 11th-degree steel there. Well, if we just, once again, if I just do this, we can see exactly 72, 11 degrees. And it's really just this guy. We have plenty of etching acid. We just need this. Just need this to work a little better. And I'm pretty sure I don't want to mess with this anymore. We blew these machines up so many times yesterday trying to optimize this. I think this is the most optimal that you're going to get. The only other thing we could do is get compressed iron maybe, and do a little bit of that to help vent some of the heat. I don't know how. It's a little effective. It brings it down a little bit, I guess. I don't know if you would have to blow air across this or what. Or add on heat sinks maybe. I don't know if this helps or not. That might have helped. That might have helped it make it be a little faster. I'm not exactly sure. It really seems like doing that helped. Oddly enough. I may just be imagining things, but sure. Yeah, we're already up to 145 here, where before we weren't even crafting this fast enough for this one spout to keep up with. It says 2 scheduled. Does that mean we're at 7 or are we at 8? 7. Dang it. I thought we had our 8. Thought we had our 8. Pretty sure everything else here is fine. It's gonna take a little bit of time for the 11th degree angel steel, I think. But we can always just start that up now. Oh, it doesn't really take that long at all. Because we're starting at 6. Yeah, that's crazy that it seems like doing those heat sinks really helped out that much. And I have no idea if that's the most effective method of doing that, but you know what? It helped enough to speed some stuff up along here, so I'm not sad about it. You can see just how fast now these are actually importing items. So now we're literally limited by our spout, which we cannot time in the bottle. You don't like the fluid generators, you swear by the lava? I wish I would have thought of doing this sooner, though. I mean, you tried to get me to do it down here, right? You did try to get me to do it down here. I do admit that. I just never combined the two ideas of using the heat sinks plus these. So maybe if I would have thought about that. Is it 3 blocks out? 3 blocks out? Before, then this would have worked. Oops. All right, how are we looking here? It was like 700, right? 711th degree ish. To get the 1 chaos. Yeah, 720. This seems to be regulating itself fine as well, so that's good as well. Of course, I say that now. It is slowly creeping up, and this is probably going to blow up. This is probably going to blow up. I don't know if we can add another... Can you add multiple to the same one? No, it just shuts one of them off, it looks like. Alright. We have 3 of the chaos out of 10. Literally the spout slowing us down at this point. There it goes. Is it gonna blow? Oh, it just manages not to, I guess. Oh, because it's also got other things venting air as well. I don't know, but this guy looks like it's about to blow too. So, I don't know, we'll see. Yeah, it's literally just this guy now. Slowing us down. I never thought we'd see the day that this was our bottleneck. That the very last process was the bottleneck. I never thought we'd see this day. Technically, we could do this manually as well. If we got a depot and a spout, we could help it along by doing some of this manually. And a pipe. And a tank. And another pipe. The double up on tanks and pipes, kind of unnecessary, but it's okay. I want to do it this way. It just started raining really hard. Dude, every time. You can hear the gravelly in the microphone now. This microphone has terrible ESD protection. Too close. Into the light I will fly, soaring higher and higher. I broke our automation by doing this, but I guess technically we didn't need to do all this. I just could have grabbed 10th degree steel and threw it on there. My bad. This whole thing was kind of unnecessary. I was thinking that we ran out of etching acid. It says available 10,000. Oh. Something did blow up. What was it? It was our 10th degree steel production. Into the light I will fly. Soaring higher and higher. Another one just blew up. That would be, yep. Okay, this guy also blew up. So we made these too efficient. Waiting on everything to equalize. Wow, just started raining really hard. This is where we gotta watch the plastic. We're gonna be half a bucket off now, but that's fine. that's back up and running. All right, here's where our plastic sheets kind of failed. But we can kind of force it to do what we want. All right, let this even out. I don't know why it's failing either. I just requested 200 plastic sheets and like somehow it fixed itself. Maybe, possibly. I don't know. That definitely made a lot more than 200. Yeah, it is also using the Draconic recipe. They might be fighting over resources, but the Draconic only uses 64. Yeah, maybe. But I mean, it does look like it's double counting here. It's double counting here when you're requesting it separately. See, now we're short 41 from this. It's weird. Oh, when it restarted? Yeah, it might be. That might be the only issue. Yeah. Here pretty soon, though, as long as we get our last ingot here, it won't matter. You'll see here it says available etching acid 1127. And 10th degree we have available. So it's literally just a spout issue. Well, that and it's doing it one at a time. We could change this to be 64 and 64. That might speed things up. But I also have no idea how this is going to handle that. Might have to put like a chest in the middle here. Or like here. Or a barrel with stack upgrades to hold the buckets of etching acid that are going in here. That would probably speed this up. Let me get a barrel. Somehow a bucket of etching acid disappeared. There, I fixed it. And now I don't think you can edit it while it's in here. I'm gonna have to break it. But if we change this, I think I broke it when I did that. What's happening here? Not connecting anywhere else. Maybe it was a little confused there and needed some help. I don't know. Seems to be working fine now. There it goes. Now that might have helped us a little bit. We have 9 of 10. We're almost there. All right, we've been on here for 1 hour and 20 minutes. Let me go ahead and take a quick 5 to 10 minute break here. Guys, I need to run downstairs and get a drink. I'll be right back. So sure, grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. I'll see you in a little bit. Alrighty, let's get back in here. Sorry about that. Alrighty, so where are we at? Where are we at? Where are we at? Do we have our next one yet? Looks like we did. Looks like we did. Yes, we have 8 chaos ingots now. We actually just want to leave that in there. We don't need to pull them out. That was silly. Bro, this is gonna craft so fast. That's so anticlimactic, but sure. Boom, chaos plank. Acquired. Now, we take this. And how much power does this guy use? 56 million, yeah. Holy crap. I would say more solar panels are needed, but that seems crazy to me. How much power does this thing actually use to make? Freaking give me 200 solar panels, I guess. There comes the rain again. As soon as that rain hits hard. I'm muting my mic because of the rain. Alright, it died down. Yeah. It's crazy. It's crazy that happens. It's like when the rain comes down really hard, my mic gets all staticky, and it's definitely a electromagnetic interference, but maybe it's not a shielded cable that from the sound deck to my computer. Just this guy that slows us down. There's a relatively simple fix for this as well. We could have this output into a barrel and then have a bunch of these multi-servo presses going and then putting it back into there. But surely an extra 200 tier 5 solar panels will get this going a bit better. We're almost at a net positive, though. We're almost at a net positive chaos planks. Just let that refill up with power. Speed it up again. Boom. I think we're officially at a net positive of chaos planks. Yes, we are. We're still going to give it as much power as we possibly can, though. That doesn't change. I think we only need to run that one more time, sped up. Yeah. Kind of a waste, but we have days in our bottles, so that's fine. Not that big of a deal. Need this to finish so I can make more of these. And the wand. Let's verify here. Just be very careful. Alright, surely it's still eating all that power, huh? It's still eating all that power, huh? It's at least filled up now. And staying filled. We should be able to look here. What's our in and out? We're somehow still using every bit of power that we currently have. So we're still at a negative. We're still at a negative, which means this guy's probably slowed down. Yeah, fairly significantly. Kind of got to fix that. Let's scram this so we don't radiate the world. Give me another 200 of those, please. Yeah, I should have grabbed the cable first, but the cable's pretty fast when it crafts. How's our planks looking now? We're up to 93. Technically, if we get the antimatter, unlimited antimatter, assuming that allows us to do it, we could tear this machine down and be using a lot less power. Once it drains this, of course. But the extra power from our solar panels that we're making right now are not a bad thing either. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. We can de-recipe the plank. Don't need that no more. So, out of curiosity, how much of the power is this thing actually using? 97 million. Fully upgraded, this thing uses 97 million FE per tick. And of our network, of our statistics here, that leaves us like, what, 10 million overhead? Or something like that? 117. 20. Each one of these tier 5s. Where's the tier 5? So roughly 5 produce 1 million. Nothing is impossible. Just like before, let this fill up again. Let's try to boost it one more time. Scared what's going to happen with that. I think that boost is going to last longer than the power going into the machine is at 8 times. Yeah, 8 times is too much. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Another pressure chamber failure. This time it was this guy. Yeah, I knew that was coming. I knew that one was coming. Was it this one? Yeah, it was. That's why I was trying to fix it real quick. It wasn't fast enough. Gotta let these lower down. Decompress everything. This is almost done. We're gonna place more solar panels down. First, we're gonna have to request more things. More cable. The mechanism creative energy cube. I think that's one of the last things that we're gonna craft. Because of all the antimatter pellets, not too bad overall. Then we're also gonna have to make this. Chaos ingots. Chaotic capacitor. Yeah, it's a bit. It's a bit, but not terrible. A lot of sub recipes in that one. I got my cable, got my panels. You're all doing your thing. Taking the speed upgrades out of these, so this should be fine now. Famous last words. Alright. Go install the solar panels. And hopefully this should be pretty good. I'll make sure I'm staying in the trunk loaded area. But you can see here, some of these are holding power now, which means that we have successfully gained positive power. Guess that's fine. Not exactly how I intended that to work, but I guess that's fine. There we are. Alright, we are power positive now. Seemingly. I think all that's fixed, roughly. So now, the first thing I like to do is try to make a creative mechanism chemical tank. We need sheet metal, bundle plates, but other than that, completely doable. So sheet metal, and what was the other item? Ultimate tank and bundled plate. Okay, bundled plate. What is this? Bundled cable. Pink bundled cable. Pink bundled cable. Not framed. Okay, pink. Gosh dang it. What is this? What is happening? Okay, just give me 6 die. Wasn't like that. That was wrong. That way. This way, this way. Pink insulated wire. Bundled cable. There it is. Bundled plate. There it is. Okay, tank. Might be worth just setting a recipe for this. All the way up. but it's really not too bad. Ultimate tank. Bring that back up. Creative chemical tank. Okay, now. Creative chemical tank. We're going to use universal pipe. I really hope this works. Well, before we get too excited with moving stuff around. Really hope this works. Is this... Wait. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. This may not work the way I think. This may just have infinite capacity. But, let's see. Get this guy turned back on. Then we just wait. Oh, maybe we need... I don't know. Input, maybe? What I thought. This would appear to be just be... This appears to be voiding it. Let me get... Okay. Just voiding it. Gauge dropper, yeah. Could try the gauge dropper. Yeah, gauge dropper did it. Okay. Gotta right click with the gauge dropper. Once you get the thing in there. Okay. We turn this off. Dump your thing. Do this. Do this. I need to do a little bit more testing before I'm fully comfortable here. Okay. We now have infinite antimatter. Next thing we wanted to do was a fluid tank. I'll keep the gauge dropper on me just in case. Create a fluid tank. Need some multi-tanks. What did that call it? Multi-tank. One. Two. Okay. Create a fluid tank. This is gonna be for... We said plastic, yes? Plastic first. We get this eventually. Our next creative tank should be this, so we can easily do this part. Of course, it may not matter. But anyway. Oh, that's just the block off the plastic. Where are we putting the... Oh, we're putting buckets of plastic into there. So then our plastic production is actually over here. This is what's turning it into buckets. So if we just do this, we got our creative tank here. We do this. Put that there. Take a fluid pipe. Okay, it's looking like we have to gauge dropper all of the creative items. Okay. So we have infinite plastic now. I'll just stick this over here as a reminder. We now have infinite plastic, infinite antimatter. Next is this. Yeah, we're gonna do that. But next is gonna be... Well, we still... No, we don't need buckets anymore. We need this. This is what we need here. I need another creative tank. A fluid. 3 tanks as well. Okay. I will not be defeated. We'll wait for those to finish up here real quick. I don't know why it's crafting this. Because we never... Okay. There. Now make me 7 more. Okay. Now it's instant. Okay. Multi-tank. I don't know how many of these we're gonna need. We'll just turn all of them into multi-tanks. There we go. Okay. My blue tank apparently has EMC, but I never made it. Oh, it doesn't? Oh, it does not. Never mind. I missed. Okay. Alright, give me alloys. Give me alloys. Give me 200 of those, please. And that gets done. I'll get 200 of these. Looks like weirdness is happening there. With the importer? Or something? I don't know why that's happening. Anyway. 200 of those. Okay, and then 200 of those. Tank. Okay. Now, creative tank me, please. Again. Okay. There I have our dropper. Good. We are gonna create a small buffer of separation on these, just for safety. Yeah, is our buckets completely done now? Yeah, this is completely done now. You're right. Yeah, this is useless. We still need the buckets. We still need the buckets themselves. Yeah, this one's pretty much useless now. Okay. Save those for future use if we need them. We may not ever need them though, you never know. Okay, so we have infinite etching acid. We still need this to happen because we're going to use it for the plastic. But now we can make this, we can change this to essentially be infinite plastic sheets and just always making plastic sheets. Yes? Yes. Yeah, we can have that infinitely making plastic sheets now. Okay, let's get a drawer. A key. Set it there. Get a sheet. Give me one. Thank you. Give me void. Give me upgrade. And now we set up this guy. Or no. Rather than setting that guy up, we could just export plastic buckets here. The only issue with exporting plastic buckets here is we would also have to import, so that uses 2 channels. Whereas you're still using 2 channels either way, I guess. If you do export or importer, that's 2 channels. If you do pattern provider and this setup, you still need the exporter with the crafting card, so that's still 2 channels. And this, exporting and importing, does not use a CPU. So this is probably better to do it this way, with exporters, importers. A storage bus on the infinite plastic. No. Oh, it does come on. Okay, so now can I see? So then well. Yeah, and it should give me a bucket. Yeah, you're right. But currently we're making plastic buckets this way. So we would have to change this out. With a recipe. With a recipe? Okay, so essentially, okay, so maybe. Let's just hook up an exporter here. Let's just start here. Put an exporter here instead of this. But we still need a way of importing anything that comes into here then. Also, we can turn this back on now. In your chest. Yep. In your chest. Let's see, we import everything here. We no longer need to... This becomes an inner chest. This no longer has to export items. So we switch this. Oh, true. Just put the liquid directly in there. We talked about that. I forgot. Thing is, I don't think we need buckets anymore if we do it that way. We don't need to make this anymore. We can completely tear down our bucket setup. Our buckets are useless. Now, we currently have 19,000 buckets in our system, right? Specifically 19,349. I think the most effective thing here, slap an inner chest here. Just leave them there. Well, here's the other issue too. So, we would need an exporter for every one of these machines. Unless we're only going to set up one machine to be making plastic all the time. Which we could do. We could do that. Or export into a tank. Hold on. Yeah, just make another infinite tank. I was just about to say that. Yeah, just make another infinite tank. Nah, I'll just make a new one. It's because of this. What do we need it for besides making sheets? I guess nothing. So I guess, yeah. Like, we just fluid pipe out of it, I guess. Where's it at? There. We just fluid pipe out of it. Still put the... Well, yeah, in that point, yeah. In that case, just... No, we don't need any of this. Make sure my magnet is on, please. Thank you. Yeah, we don't need any of this then. So then, essentially, we just need fluid pipe. We don't need the system to see it. We don't need the system to see it. We just need some fluid pipe and some upgrades. Put some fluid pipes here. This there. That there. Give her one of those. This is now infinitely making plastic forever. And then we just need to throw the ender chest here. With the light gray. Light gray. This is the correct one. This is gonna make a mess. There we go. And that's also invalidates this. We don't need this anymore. If we get the angle right here, we should be able to... do a little bit of that. I was made for... Grab some cobblestone. Did not mean to put that there, but that's fine. Alright, so we have infinite antimatter. So we don't need this guy anymore. We could use plutonium and polonium. We don't know yet. We're gonna need those. Could get infinite uranium hexafluoride. I don't know the point. At this point now it's just like, okay, what do we need, right? So we have plastic, antimatter, we have etching acid. This is just gonna keep going. As long as this is making this. For some reason, it's not. It should keep making ultimate ingots. How many planks are we up to? Just a casual 1,000 planks. So, where does this bring us? We have the planks. We have the tanks. We look at here. How's our chaos ingots looking? Waiting at this point, you guess? Yeah. I think this broke. Did this break? Yeah, this broke. Let's cancel that. I want to see if it auto resumes because we removed a pattern from its crafting process. You need a new recipe, that's what I thought. Now we gotta go find that. Probably in this guy. Chaos plank, catalyst. Chaos ingot is there. Be very careful. Load all recipes from holder. Go here. Okay, it's not this one. It's not this one. It's the 11th. It's the neutral steel. It's the neutral steel. It needs to be changed. So now we're telling it just send an ingot. You will receive an ingot back. Okay, now we expand our spout setup. Yes? We take this and take it into a barrel with a bunch of depots and spouts. So this is essentially making one 11-degree steel a second. So okay, cancel this. let this finish. And we expand our spouting setup. Okay. So we're gonna need more spouts and more depots. Spout. Let's do half of that. We'll use this barrel. This recipe, I believe, is set for 32. It is already. Nice. So, then we're gonna need... Oh, we actually only need 31. My bad. And then depot. Grab me half. Do that. And now, you're coming with me. You're coming with me. Most of this here is unnecessary. This one, okay, we'll get it. We'll get it. So then. Configured for acid bucket, don't need it. Configured for neutral steel 11, we do need it. Don't need this. Well, we do need it, it's not there. Okay, move this here. Item type here. Do a little bit of that. Clean this area up a bit. Don't need this here at all, actually. Or this. Or this. Or this, or this. This is tagged for bucket. Do not need that. All right. And now this goes not what I wanted to do there. Point it up. That is going to go into this barrel. Nope. We don't need this spacing this way. Alright, so this is going to put everything in the barrel. Only thing is, I'm not sure if you can go to the bottom of depots. It looks like you can. Oh, we're actually going to want the middle clean. Alrighty. This isn't gonna let me. Oh, it is. Okay, nice. It's a very pretty block. Okay. Overkill, never. Me? Do things overkill? I would never do that. Okay, this is gonna be extract at ten. We're extracting 10 there. We want to set this to round robin. All right, then let's fluid pipe. More fluid pipe. Okay. Alrighty. We accidentally cut this one off, so we're gonna have to adjust this. And then now, thought I could configure all these at the same time. Guess not. Fine. I need one of these though. Okay, make sure that's not connected to anything, so I can go ahead and set the extracts. Use a locked drawer. Oh, as a filter? Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. is 11th degree. Okay. Now we are at the 711th degree available. Did our 10th degree break? Oh, it's just moving stuff around. Okay, that's fine. All right. So that's fixed now. We're all good there. What is this for? 6th into the 7th? Yeah, we don't need that anymore. All right. So now we could, yeah, we actually ran out of refined. No. I don't know why this thing likes to break. I don't know why the extract on that likes to break. We could just get infinite of it now, though. So we get infinite of the ethylene and infinite of the refined fuel, and then we can always make this. Ready for the tank? I don't know if these can auto eject though. I guess it's fine. Well, these can. Well, no. These can. So instead, we get rid of this. Don't need it. Okay, we're done there. This. Do that. Do this. Do that. Do that. So we have infinite refined fuel. We just need the infinite refined ethylene. Or infinite ethylene, rather. I thought I made a bunch of those. What happened to all my crap? Bum, bum, bum. We'll never need this many, but just to be safe. Just to be safe. Alright. Give me creative. So on this one, we have... We're inputting at the bottom? Okay. I was just thinking we could make this faster now. Since we have infinite of both of these, we could hook these ones up now. What I was just thinking. I think all we would have to do here is it is receiving the ethylene, just not. It's not the fastest. This guy here. This is also unnecessary now. Yeah, these tanks all together, yeah. Yeah, they're also unnecessary. Make sure gas. There we go. So now, where are we extracting that from? From the bottom? There we go. Eventually it'll all get caught up, but it's fine. It's fine if it gets caught up. Okay, so that's all good. So this is going from 7th to the 8th. This is 7th to 8th. That's all being processed through there. So now we need to speed up this guy. This guy requires uranium hexafluoride. So we gauge dropper uranium hexafluoride into another creative. Actually, we're going to want 2. The energized glowstone as well is a good candidate here, as well as the sulfur trioxide. So first, sulfur trioxide. Give me a creative tank. So close, Streamlabs. So close. Oh, that's rough. Should have did the energized glowstone first. Should have did the energized glowstone first. Oh. Alright. Energized glowstone. Alright, so luminescence is infinitized. Now we want the uranium. That's the fluoride. This guy. I don't think we need this guy anymore. But it's like, what to do about all this? We gotta burn it. We gotta burn it and process it. So, if I clear sides, except for, I think that's the front. Turn this on. This is gonna needlessly make more antimatter, but I guess it's fine. Because we already have spare polonium and plutonium here if we need it. I just want this to get rid of what it's got so we don't end up irradiating the place. When this gets done, we'll swap it out for this tank. When the sky is falling down hard. And down hard. Come on, let's go. Empty yourself out. What are we on that? We have this hexafluoride setup going as well. But this one's as easy as I think just getting rid of this machine. Everything else can be turned off. And then this guy, another creative chemical tank, can be thrown down there. If we want to keep this setup going as well. We're also gonna need. No, we don't need any of this. We just need this. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see if we want that set up. We probably will. If I had to guess. This guy just needs to hurry up. Process through what's in this tube. And in here. Not slow by any means. We could just swap this out now. Like, turn this off. Do this. I don't know if these can output from the front, though. Let's see, or from the top. Can these output from the top? Yes, by default it's set to input, but yes they can. So let's configure this before we put it down so nothing breaks. So configure this. We just want the top to be output. Boom. Instantly keeps it full all the time. That's 6th to 7th, 7th to 8th, 8th to 9th, and then 10 gets made in here. Oh, true. 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 Very true. I had to remember what tier we're at. Ooh, it seems like even this one has a limit. I don't know if we can go any higher than this with this. These are the only upgrades this machine accepts. Gas, energy, and speed. Yeah, I think that's as fast as we can go. I think if I upgrade it again, it's not going to be able to pull fast enough. Chaos ingots. We're up to 5. We're making 6 of them right now. The only thing we're waiting on is the pneumaticraft. Waiting on the pneumaticraft. Let's verify that this hasn't broken. It did kind of break. Why do we have a random 11th degree up here? Didn't get pulled. That was weird. Fine now. What's happened? Something happened? Is this broken? No, it's doing stuff. Oh, it waits till the 32. It waits till 32. I forgot about that. Because we have it set for 32. That's what happened there. I was like, what? Alright, so this is 6 to 7. We have 7 to 8. This is crafting 8 to 9 as fast as it possibly can. Doing all fine there. How many pellets are we up to? 3,000. Just 3,000. Did we outrun it? Have we outran it? Probably just because we haven't switched this over yet. I just don't want fissile fuel spilling on the ground. Once this empties, we can turn this off. Literally doing nothing for us right now. And we can save on a little bit of power. Scram. This is no longer running. Yeah, and a resting state does nothing. So now, I think a dropper. There you go. And then we can upgrade this one up one as well, if we wanted to. We actually ate through all of this neutral steel to 6 degree. Now, we probably only need one of these setups at this point, but... Shit. That was almost bad. Alright, so 6 makes 7th. 7th ends up over here. 7th makes 8. Eight ends up in here. 8 makes 9th. 9th ends up there into our system. 9th makes 10th. Yeah, we should be infinite at this point. We're even infinite with our luminescence. So yeah, we're good there. We're good there. How's our chaos ingots? Just waiting on the pressure chamber. We currently have 6 being crafted, 5 in there. That makes 11. Our target is 9. So even infinitize, because of this, we're still having to wait. But we can now say for sure, without a doubt, that this will no longer break. So if I was to leave this running all night long again, we would eventually get those chaos ingots that we're waiting on. Split it between the ones we don't use anymore. Split it between the ones we don't use anymore. The one with the etching acid. We're running out of chaotic cores as well. Yeah. So take this one down. Just add in pipe there. Oh, I would have to rebuild this one. Valve, tube, tube, compressor. I wonder if I use these tubes instead. If I use these tubes instead of the advanced tubes, would that limit the compressor to 5? Or would it just blow up these tubes? So what does this do? Hi, dear. Thank you for the coffee. How was your workout? Getting there? Still hurt? Eat a pretty. We can hear you. Yeah. And Mr. Dead and some other people? Good. We finally got some creative items, so we have internet stuff.
You know what?
It's gotta be louder, because that mic's not that sensitive. If you want to tell them, you gotta be louder.
Tell you something.
Okay.
There's this lady. They think that I got lipo. Because it wasn't like, I'm not active in
Yeah.
right? I just happened that I just posted from, you know, my it, and then she messaged me asking if I get the abs something. And then I told them that she asked me about and stuff. And then explain it to her. She told me that really thought that something. No. Anyway, so she thinks that I got lipo because I'm not active for months on social media. And then no, I cannot. I'm scared to do that shit.
Hmm?
We can't hear.
Music too loud. We can't hear her.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. I'm okay for now. That's okay. We can figure it out later.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Love you. Music's too loud. Music's on 1% volume. She just wasn't speaking into the microphone. She's used to streaming off of her phone, not having an actual microphone. Essentially, she's been working out a lot, right? And there was a woman today who asked her if, she's been working out, so her shape's getting good, all this stuff. And there was a woman who was asking her if she did liposuction. My wife's like, no, I just do diet and exercise. Okay, so by doing that, we've essentially doubled the speed. I'm gonna try and see what happens here. I wonder if we'll blow up these tubes. Or if by using these tubes we artificially limit this to 5 psi. Ice, pack ice, blue ice, but that didn't work when we tried it. Wanna see it all, I wanna see it all, yeah. Leave this town tonight. I don't see any lumium in here. Over here, we're missing the steel. We'll see. We'll see. All right, let's see here. Chaos. Still at 6. It seems like it must have crafted one. Were we at 5 before? Also, we should have plenty of plastic now, yeah? Just want to see. We filled that drawer yet? Probably. Getting close. Ah, okay. Okay, so it did craft one. Okay. This one here for PCBs. This one here. Capacitors and transistors. Even if, like, this one breaks, I don't think it will, but in case it does, even if it does, I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal. It just brings us down one. As long as this one doesn't break, we should be fine. Should be fine. I'm wondering if it's more efficient now to change this to 1. Because it's still going in and out of a barrel. But if we change this to 1, I wonder if it's more efficient now. Rather than waiting for 32. Or do you think it matters? I don't think it matters, I guess. Because when it gets to 32, we have 32 deployers, so... I don't know. It may not matter. I'm a little worried that one of these is going to mess up, though. Like, this one's missing lumium in here. You don't think anything matters at all anymore? We're near the end. I really wish there was a way to filter. Like, this has everything except for the lumium. And somehow it had gunpowder in there. Throw that lumium in there, make sure it gets in there. Gosh dang it. We could switch the... Could switch them out for drawers that would filter it to one specific item at a time, like unlock drawers. Then that should guarantee that this is cycling through the items, but at least has the aluminum in there now. That just needs to get the plastic in there. Alright, well, while we're waiting on all this, I know we have to wait because of the ultimate ingots. Or the chaos ingots, rather. And our number is 9 that we need. We could be working towards getting some molten berry. Milk soul ingot. And a fluid tank. Do 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 do. The hell did you try to make a milk ingot? Of all the things. That didn't work. Maybe that. Milk. Gold. Soul. Milk. Gold. Soul. Might have to make a block. You need 1,000. Ooh, piping. Piping it out to the tank directly. Pipe it out to a different tank. Let's get a different tank. Try a different tank first so we know it's not going to get deleted. Yeah. Now, there was a custom machine block that we had to make. I want to see what this guy's about. And then for these we need blocks, yes? So then we might as well just take this, and this. Unless the caster will turn it into a block directly, I have no idea, but... Oh, here's those random machines from before. Remember when I was looking for those random machines that I couldn't find? Pipe it in and out of the smeltery. Yeah, but I want to see what this is all about. I thought this would be upgradable. Doesn't look upgradable. But we don't need this part. Maybe it's just really fast, you know? Maybe it's just really fast. Maybe it's the fastest thing we've ever seen. It's not bad. I thought it required power. I think that's faster than the smeltery. And you can time it and bottle it. Not exactly sure how many of those we need, but I do know we need them. We need them in ingot form. Well, that can just be going there forever then. If we wanted to, we could import it in the system. Done for today, back to lurking, no worries. I'll do this a different way. We don't have the infinite thing yet, so... We don't have the infinite thing yet, so... Give me a drawer. I wonder... You're not gonna work, are you? Of course not. Give me those back. Thank you. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. Unfortunate. You. That's fine. Oh. Alright, now that'll keep 2,000 blocks on hand. Let's get a pattern. What don't we need? Probably nuggets. Well, we have a free space anyway. Now the idea here is not this. We need it for these. If I wanted to make an omen ingot, I'm gonna say I should be able to. There's nothing stopping me from making this now. Okay, so that's fine. Yeah, we're almost there. I don't know what recipe is requiring this. We're gonna have to fight the guy a few times. What recipe is requiring that? Ah. So I just need to grab the creative mana cell. We had to do this before with the chaos plank. Into the light I will fly. Or we just make them. Literally free to make them at this point. They just want to be light gray, ME dense smart cables. Fine. There you go. Alright, we gotta make these conjuration catalysts. Easy enough. Need some pylons. Inside. Because we want at least 2 of these. Do we actually have everything except for the Gaia Spirit stuff? Well, other than the Chaos Ingot, but yeah, we're almost there. We're almost there. Alright, so we need 24 Gaia fights. Looks like it's time to redo the mechanism armor. And we'll probably just upgrade at this point. Probably just upgrade at this point. No reason not to. Alright, what is the next upgrade? You probably go straight to infinity. The only rough part is actually having to craft those infinity catalysts. Plus, it requires the gym armor anyway. So let's get up to the gym armor. Okay. CMC at all. Got that. Is red matter the next one? Yes, it is. Okay. Next is gym. Alright, so we're gonna need 4 of these. 24 Solium gemstones. Oh, there's a stack. How about that? Oh, never mind. Guess you need different things for different parts of this. Your Klein Star. Okay, so this is a scary part. This is a very scary part because opening this up could crash the game. Opening this up could crash the game. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do a save and quit. Just to be safe, we're gonna load it back up. And then if the game crashes, at least we've saved our progress. So I heard this pun about cows, but it's kind of offensive, so I won't say it. I don't want there to be any beef between us. Haha. Alright, here we go. We have the red matter. We have the red matter. We're gonna see if we can get these Klein stars filled up. Ooh, just barely. And I really hope that they all need Klein stars that are filled. Not anything else. Okay. We survived. We survived. Okay, now Gem helmet. Gotta make this guy. No, you cannot put it in back in your system. I figured because they had the thing they would save, but anyway. Gem chestplate. Absolutely not. I will make another time in a bottle. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Because this hasn't been able to make books for a while, or because it's missing a channel? I don't think I really care. I just want light. Okay. Not my good one. Good deal. There we are. Gem armor complete. Gem armor complete. And then, if we wanted to upgrade it to this, in theory we could. First, I want to see how many infinity chaos chaos ingots worth 7. There hasn't been any catastrophic failures here, has there? No, you're just waiting on 10th degree still. Oh no, oh no. Oh crap. What do you need? You need the neutral steel. You're just working on transferring it in, it looks like. wrapped in silence. Innocent. You need more neutral steel. Thanks. Maybe the energized copper at this point. And then what is your issue? I think you got plenty of stuff. You just don't have the right amounts. Cry out to the light. Shines so bright. Start to out. Take a couple steps back. When I lose all control, watch me turn into a werewolf. And I will hold till the break of dawn. Don't you dare to try to stop me. This is the heart of the black swan. Try to sort this properly. It'll still get messed up. Neutral steel. Need plastic in here. Another plastic. Another plastic. That should be fairly close, I think. Then if that finishes and doesn't do what we want, then I just break it and then no big deal. Alright, gym armor I think is, yeah, completely fine. I'm pretty sure it's unbreakable. Shift X. Okay. The big thing here, though, is we gotta mute the game. Because it's copyrighted. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure it's copyrighted. So, ah. Do 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 do. Now with the mechanism armor, we were pretty much immune to everything. Alrighty, let's clear our inventory. The Pinkinator applied directly to a wither. Okay, sure. Dice of Fate. A fake psychotropic. Okay, we'll have to look into that a bit later. I don't know what that does. We should have a... The fact that we don't. A little disturbing. Pretty sure we've made a whole bunch of these, but that's fine. We'll make a new one. Powerful relic with the ability to materialize weapons from thin air. Holding down right click with this key will begin summoning glowing projectiles from somewhere. Up to 20 projectiles can be created at once, and releasing the grip on the key will launch them one at a time at the point the summoner is looking towards. These projectiles high velocity and explode on contact. So that was a thing. Alright, we just gotta do that a few more times. Boom, 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 boom. Ba, 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 ba. This is a point and click adventure game, pretty much. I point and I click and point, and then boom, it's gone. Yeah, this is infinite armor as well. Essentially, I want to throw everything away. We can do the dice and stuff later. I also am curious if we got this guy. Do we think this would work against the Gaia? Probably gonna need a higher range add-on. Probably gonna need a bit of a higher range add-on. Tier 12. But the highest you can go. So emeralds, glass, and redstone. I believe that was recipe. Let's see how many slots we got. No, so it's gonna be something different. Range. So it's 4 emeralds, 2 panes. Add this in. Might as well EMC it as well. Efficiency. Processing. Speed. Boom, boom. Yeah, that should pretty much be the whole arena, I would think. This is giving me weird flight. I had to take something off. There we go. Hide the working area. I want to see if this works. Make it a lot easier for me if it does. I think that did work. Dang it. Did it do it too fast? Or did he somehow make this uncheesable? The magnet is on. Let me try it again. Put the speed upgrade out of it. Okay, now we're gonna take everything out of it. I don't think it's spawning in properly. In fact, I can take that out. Then throw it in. Nope. Nope. It's just uncheesable, dang it. At least with this machine. Or that. Try that. No generating essence. Nope. Nope, it's uncheesable. With this machine, at least. What about the slaughter factory? Alright, we'll try this one. Oh, no, because that just generates... Right, that one doesn't work at all. Okay. Type in mob. There's a mob grinder. Try the mob grinder. Waiting on the transistors. Cancel that guy, give this a chance. It's not gonna work. Literally nothing. None of that is even seeable. Let me come over here. Take this out. Cancel this. Get this going. I only need one of these things. Ivancore wants to use the rest, it can. Alright, there we go. Now, that guy back in there. Try this mob grinder. If it's facing the wrong way. Alright. Unfortunately, this guy does not go very big. But take this guy. Do not want it to collect anything. I can't rotate this? Oh, okay. That's not bad. I want to try to center this 7x7. 3, 4, 5. Okay, so it needs to go back by about 3, I want to say. That's pretty good. I think that'll work. As long as it does not... As long as it does not interfere with the arena. If I go one more block high, see that. I don't think is in the killing range, unfortunately. But it doesn't like it anyway. So nothing can be inside. Okay. So that doesn't work. Crusher, duplicator, detector. We know we can't use this because nothing can be inside. Well, I think that was my only option, so we're gonna have to do it manually. I am gonna need some more, 4 more guys. Spirit ingots. We look at the tablet. We only have 2. So we actually need 1 more. Okay, cannot cheese the Gaia fight, unfortunately. We gotta do ourselves. Now I wonder if I could mob swap the Gaia spirit. Grab one of those. We're gonna try to get a swap, see what that happens, see if that works. I have a feeling it might work, but then it might not let us do anything with it. And it says Botania Doppelganger. I have a feeling this isn't gonna work the way I want it to. Stop teleporting. Alright, let's get a bucket. Get over here. I'm pretty sure I got nothing from that. Oh, they thought of everything. It's very anti-cheese. You gotta do the fight. Oh, I thought I did it fast enough. And then if you leave the arena, it despawns. Understood. Understood. Try and test some stuff out here. Come on, spawn them faster. I think that worked. Yeah, looks like it. Alright, we're gonna do one more fight here. like we're having some issues over there at the Matacraft stuff, so we're gonna have to go check that out here in a little bit. Done. Boom. Boom. Okay. Alright, let's go check our new Minecraft stuff. Yeah, it broke. This one seems fine, so this just needs to be changed. Alright, we need to let these vent out for a bit here. Alright. Alright, now we let it re-request. Because connecting that chest up top seemed to have broke stuff. So it does put it almost in order. It tries. But guys, we're gonna go ahead and leave it there for today. Hope you guys did enjoy. If you did, make sure you're subscribed over on YouTube. Follow me on Facebook and X, and I will see you guys all tomorrow.